Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Saṅgha. I hope you find yourself comfortable here, as you are certainly welcome. I would like to begin again with an invocation to the Gayatri Mantra before our first guests arrive in real time. So if you know it, you're welcome to join along with me. Bhuvaswaha tatsaviturvarenyam bhargo devasya dhimahi dhiyo yo nah prachodayat. Thank you. Welcome, dear Josan. You are first indeed. Namaste. As we continue to await our first guests to arrive, do allow me the honor of having a chance to set the intention of this space. I am humbled to be able to provide a space in which we can come together, hopefully, as fellow students of life, to uplift each other, relate in each other's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Let us look out for each other while being mindful of the perspectives we all have to share, coming from the diverse tapestry of life that we all belong to. Thank you. It is a privilege to be here. Hello, dear Marlon. Thank you for your patience. I had told dear Marlon that I would be live about an hour ago, but I got distracted. I love your affirmation. Please, let's be respectful to each other. Beautiful. Thank you, Marlon. You are a very lovely moderator. I trust that those who are joining now are as well as they can be. Namaste, Anita. No matter what feelings you may be going through, I hope that this is a space which you feel free to express them in, and you are valid in what you're feeling. If you are going through something challenging, please be affirmed that this too shall pass. It always does. And if you are experiencing something wonderful, I hope to relate in that wonder with you. Namaskaram, dear Ragnhildar. I love the sentiment that regardless of what we're feeling, we can keep in mind other people's feelings. What I mean by that specifically is that when we are happy, we think about how many others would love to feel as happy as we are. And when we are sad, we think, how many others can we relate to through this sadness, so that no matter what we're going through, we're not alone. Good evening, dear Crossfires. I am doing pretty well today. How are you? And I extend that question to everyone too. I would love to know how you are. Hello, dear Bubbles. Namaste, dear Gregarji. Thank you for sending that video again. I'm very grateful that you saw something meaningful to you, and you know that I have a love for mathematics and numbers, and I appreciate that you shared it with me. Well, I always start my lives with the question of the day, so if you're interested, everyone, in exploring it with me, I would love to reflect back on you this idea. It's a very simple idea, and you're welcome to interpret it in many ways. Today I'm wondering, what is required to realize our unity? And please know that there's no right answer, and I'm certainly not going to be thinking about any answer as being wrong. So please think of it as you like. Namaste, dear MJ. You are very well. I'm happy to hear that. I am well too. Jay Lasley, thank you for asking too. My day has been well. You had asked what makes me the most happy. Well, right now, hearing from all of you for my question of the day. Also, just in general, to have this space in which I include others. It's really empowering for me to expand my sense of self, to accommodate those around me. And that includes you, hopefully. Alright, to the question of the day. Dear Marlon, you write, peace and love. Yes, I completely agree with that. Dear Greg RG, you share seeing yourself in another. Yes. And respect, adds Anita. Absolutely. What is respect if not a valuing of one's life in addition to your own? A kind of seeing of equality, unity. Hello, dear Kaylee. You share acceptance and grace. I love all these one-word answers. I'm always amazed at how such a big question, at least to me this is a big question, can be answered using such simple words. It's very inspiring. Isabella, thank you for your finger heart. Ariom Tatsat. Very kind of you to bless us. I'm inspired by how some of the most challenging questions can truly be answered in simple ways, because it shows us that we don't need to overcomplicate the answers to life. Now, the questions themselves may be complicated, that's for sure. Miracle, shares Rose Townsley. I like how a kind of realization of unity is something you associate with miraculousness. Yeah. Hello, dear Assad. Dear Bubbles, you point that it's a curious question, as it proposes a journey to the place where you already are. That's a great observation. Thank you, dear Angela, for the rose you had sent to. It's very kind of you. Never expected. Radhe, Radhe. Bobby Sue, thank you for your heart meet, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Welcome. Happy to have you here too. Dear the Tree of Life Project, you share having a kind of awareness for the disparity between the upper class and the working class. This is very important. Dear Cosmic Comedy Reader, otherwise known as Katarina, you ask, what does it take to actually accept that I am worthy enough for your gifts because you're struggling? And hello. That's a wonderful question. Of course, humility is a blessing. Humility means that we're always aware of the ways in which we might identify with the results of our actions, which are controlled by a greater self. But we have confidence in the ability to act itself. I think as long as you are using your gifts, that's enough. And if you're humble about that, then that's even better. A humility doesn't mean necessarily a lack of acceptance either. In fact, it's a possibility of opening up to something which you don't know, and that will always be there too. Dear Sky Guardian, Your answer to our question of the day is that we all wear socks. Some just might be on microphones. You're right, and you know what? I don't think I wear many socks myself, other than the one I put on my microphone. Dear Isabella, you share that compassion is needed. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Cody Jane, for the heart me you had sent to. Ram Ram. Hello, dear Stephen. You had asked how old I am. I am almost 23 in this body. Just give me a few days. And hello, Jarrett. Thank you for finding beauty in our souls and hoping that our days are even more amazing than we are. I love that. Luna, you share only through knowing oneself can we understand we are one and united. I love that. To truly be aware of oneself means to see that which is within everyone. Joe-san, you share that we are all just vibrations, doing the vibes. I like that. Doing the vibes. Bobby Sue, your answer is quiet. Life is so full of distractions and stress. Yeah, it's natural to feel overwhelmed and overstimulated by that. And it's good to give ourselves space, silence and stillness in order to have some room for these realizations to be loud enough to hear. Because sometimes they're very subtle, very quiet themselves. Greg RG, you add also seeing another in yourself. I like that. Dear Assad, you share mutual understanding and cooperation across differences for a shared purpose. What a profoundly articulate answer. I shall read that again. Mutual understanding and cooperation across differences for a shared purpose. I think you've explained the human experience within the limits of a TikTok comment. That's very impressive. I love that answer. Agape love adds Ragnhildur. Yes, unconditional, boundless love. Jay Lasley, you share communication from all languages, just like Jesus did for all. I love that. And a good connection to a divine figure. Bing Medina, thank you for the heartbeat you had sent to. Namah Shakti Shivaya. And in one word, acceptance, shares MJ. Angela, you add cultivating compassion and empathy for others. So true, we are united by the way in which we can be empathetic and compassionate. Dear Cody Jane, you wonder if we've read our book yet? Not yet. Very soon. Love and compassion, shares Luna. Dear Lawrence, you're wondering what I have in my hand. These are little symbols. They function just like big symbols, but they're much smaller and come from India and surrounding regions. And I think they have the most angelic ring to them. Cody Jane, you share by understanding the beauty and strengths of diversity. I love that. Dear Cody Jane, I love how you and others point out the unity amidst our diversity. That you point to how we are one in the fact that we are many. Dear Ray Angel, you had asked, but why did I get blue eyes and you didn't? So that I get the honor of looking at green, brown, gray, hazel eyes, and so that you may find beauty in seeing blue eyes. Unfortunately, what we find as beautiful, if it were a part of ourself, then we would rarely get to see it, because that beauty is to be seen by others, isn't it? Dear Samra, you share the awareness that everyone is a teacher as well as a student. That's beautiful. We are all learning, and we all have something to learn from each other. Hello, dear Talon. Dear MJ, I'm honored to share a birthday with your papa. Talon, you share that empathy is needed, and you love the world and the concept. It's necessary. Oh, sorry, the word. I misread that. Empathy is needed, and you love the word and the concept. Yes, it is a wonderful word. I'm sorry to hear that you are experiencing such discomfort, Cece, but I'm grateful to provide a comfortable space for you. KW, your answer to the question of the day is honesty. I like that. And Sky Guardian, you share that the question of the day reminds you of, the QOTD reminds you of quote of the day. You share, you suppose it can be a question too. I suppose all of your answers are the quotes in reference to our question. Dear Crossfires, you point out peaceful, calm vibes are required to realize our unity. It's quite true, isn't it? It's very difficult to realize unity when there seems to be such a cacophony of things going on. When there is a kind of harmony. Katerina, you share that silence helps us reconnect and ground. You do vibes, shares Gregorgy, and vibes do you. Dear Jeff, you shared acceptance of the common essence that we already are. I like that. And thank you, Philou Labelle, for the heartbeat you had sent to Ram Ram. Dear Zarin, thank you for your words of affirmation. Dalen, you share, opening your third eye after listening to me is necessary to realize it too. Well, listening to me is certainly not necessary, but having an expanded sense of vision, maybe not in the physical sense, but in the spiritual sense, yes, that goes hand in hand. Thank you, dear Assad. All answers are within us. They are just limited by how we can express them. That is one of the most profound truths, isn't it, dear Assad? That really we're just trying to find a vocabulary, a language of sorts, some medium to express ourself. But ourself is already there and true. Dear Judah girl, you share by being open-minded, and through the practice of karma yoga, unity in action, we find all outcomes to be acceptable. Dear Scout, you were wondering about my change in environment. Well, the forests in my backyard are a little too cold and dark this time of year to do live streams there. However, I hope to do more outdoor live streams. Maybe when it snows, I'll just get nice and warm. Dear Jarrett, you share that you had a seizure waking from surgery today. Hopefully all is well. Is that a new experience for you? I imagine if it is, that must be very alarming to experience something like that. Of course, it's never a comfortable one. But, of course, I'm grateful that you woke up from surgery, that you are still here, and that you got some medical attention. My best wishes for your health too. And dear Teddy, you shared understanding the conflicts between what is mine and the mind. And I like your wordplay of finding the similar morphemes of sound in that. Mine and mind. Dear Kaylee, you share a transformative shift is required, letting go toward an emerging future, motivated to live in harmony. That is very beautiful. I love that, Kaylee. Dear Sauj, you'll have to tell me how I can pronounce your name. But you think maybe by stop realizing oneself as unity, then your perception of unity expand to beyond yourself. I like this. By including others. Dear Riku, I'm not sure where. Perhaps one part of your name starts and another stops. But if Rico is okay to tell you, or to call as you, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm open to learning how to pronounce your name. Namaste. Dear Luna, in relation to the context earlier about being able to see the beauty of others. That's what you say when your hair is messy in the wind, that you can't see it, but those around you can enjoy the view. I like that. Terry Lynn, you had answered in one word, unattachment. And everybody loves Raven, you share discernment and authenticity. These are very powerful words, aren't they? Dear Pastor, you had wondered if I'm educated. I could always be more educated, I suppose. Terry Lynn, you share that when we release our ego's desire to attach to outcomes, we are able to simply be here now. Thank you for sharing. Dear Karoli, you share the understanding of our true nature. Just our true nature points to our unity, doesn't it? And Angela, you share accepting our differences allows us to realize our unity. How beautifully articulated. Yeah. I'm happy you love the cat hat, dear Terry Lim. Yes, shadowy woods are just as beautiful as ever. I concur, dear Oriku. By being present, shares Veronica. And truth, shares Jai. I wonder, dear Gregard, who had said be here now? Actually, the answer to that question might be a spoiler to our meditation later. Thank you, dear Gulai, for the rose you sent as well. Ram Ram. And Koli, thank you for your heart, mate. Oh my Saraswatyai Namaha. And everyone else, thank you for exploring this question of the day with me. I'm honored to be a part of such unifying spirits. To me, some of my questions that I ask often answer themselves, and given that I see such a beautiful unity amidst the diversity of answers, I see that just by asking that question itself, we can begin to explore the unity and realize it so. MJ, you add to that by remembering our source is the same. Good night, dear Terry Lynn. And I'm so happy to hear that your boy is getting better, dear Marlon. Hello, Neon Jello Pack. Now that we've had such a thorough examination of the nature of unity, I would like to read another section of this book, Hollywood to Himalayas, as I like to start our live streams with a question of the day and a short reading. We are all the way in the middle of the 8th chapter now, and we left off when our author, dear Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, had walked in to an ashram that she had been trying to get into. Her and her husband, or rather her husband, dragged her along to a spiritual kind of pilgrimage in India. The two of them are psychology PhD students, I believe. And her husband had a bit of a spiritual awakening, and she didn't really get it. She was just going with him because she didn't want to be alone, of course, while he left. But it turns out when she dipped into the Ganga River, a holy river, this mystical experience overtook her, and she saw an image of the Divine Mother. And apparently this is a common thing in India because other people around her were unfazed by this. And another mystical experience happened where a voice called her to stay here while she was walking by an ashram, but the receptionist wouldn't let her stay. It wasn't until the president of the ashram arrived that she would have a chance to ask if she could stay. Turns out that this president must be more than a president, because he appeared as a very pious person, and when she walked in the room, she was dumbfounded by just how beautiful this man was. I'll just read that last sentence. The room was large and bare, save for a burnt orange carpet on which 30 or 40 people were sitting. Some were poor, others well-to-do. Some were professionals, others looked like they lived on the street. But they all faced the front of the room, where, on a thin saffron-colored cushion, sat the most beautiful man I have ever seen. My new friend Pratap signaled me to sit next to him in the back of the room. I longed more strongly than I could remember ever longing for anything to be near this being at the front of the room. He wore orangish-pinkish robes, lighter than the orange of the carpet and softer than the shiny saffron of the cushion. Long black hair and a long beard covered most of his face and head, out of which shone black eyes with a light that pulled me straight into them. After a few minutes, Pratap pulled my hand. Come. I followed him as we walked up to the front of the room, gingerly stepping between widowed grandmothers in white saris and upper-class professionals in pressed kurtas, their children sitting obediently with straight backs and crossed legs. The space between people was practically non-existent. A tiny patch of orange here, another over there. I tiptoed from patch to patch in my bare feet, conscious already of being called up to the back of the room. Out of turn, special treatment due to my beloved Pratap, who had said something in Hindi to a young man at the door as we entered. As we walked forward, I felt the eyes of the quote-unquote president drawing me nearer and nearer, as though he had cast a fishing line into my heart and was now reeling me in. Rather than flapping and flailing to my death on his hook, however, I felt drawn to life. Around the cushion was a small area of empty space into which people moved one by one to have an audience. Pratap knelt into that space and then lowered his forehead to the ground in front of his bent knees. He stretched his arms out in front of his head, inches away from the president's cushion. I did the same, peeking out from under my elbow to see when to raise my head. When we sat back up, Pratap spoke in English and explained that I wanted to stay here, that I had been waiting for the president's return in order to ask. When he finished, I added that we were now planning to go to the mountains to Badrinath tomorrow, but maybe I could stay when we returned. The president looked at me and said in perfect English, "This is your home. Stay whenever you'd like. I will be here for a few days, and then I have to go out. But do not worry. I will tell them, and they will give you a room whenever you come back to Badrinath. You are always welcome." I had lost myself in his eyes, which seemed to hold my entire being, past, present, and future. Mountains, rooms, dates, and staying were from a different plane of existence. I'm not sure how long it was before I realized I was supposed to respond. "Oh, thank you so much," I stammered, distinctly aware of the musculature required to form words with my mouth. Our 2 minutes were up, and Pratap whispered, "We have to go now." Again we bowed and walked toward the back of the room and out the screen door. I thought it said secret door for a second. "I am so glad you could meet Pujya Swamiji," Pratap gushed. "It was such a divine grace that he came and you were also walking in the ashram at the same time. The divine plan is always perfect." "What did you say his name was?" I asked. Up to now, I had been simply referring to him as the president. First real, then phantom, then real again. The person whose permission my stay at the ashram depended on. I had envisioned a man wearing a coat and tie with a briefcase sitting behind a desk, accepting or rejecting guests based on some mysterious criteria. It hadn't occurred to me that the president was a holy being in whose presence I would feel eternal time and boundless space. His full name, Pratap, my friend, confidant, and now guide of the intricate pathways of the ashram, and its president explained, is Pujya Swami Chidanand Saraswati Ji Muniji. Muniji is a nickname his guru gave him, meaning one who observes great silence and austerity. Most people call him Pujya Swamiji. Pujya means worthy of reverence. If that's difficult, just say Swamiji. That is also okay. "Wow," was all I could say. A few moments later, when my breath returned, I added, "I didn't realize he was such an incredible being." This wasn't at all what I had expected. Pratap smiled. "Ah, yes. Pujya Swamiji. We are very blessed here to have his darshan every day when he is here. People from around the world long to meet him. He travels to every country and has many, many followers. He has built temples around the world to spread the glory of our heritage. He has been in the United Nations. Pratap's chest puffed up perceptibly as he spoke about the president's accomplishments. People wait their whole lives to have a moment with him, and we are blessed to see him every day. We sat outside the president's darshan room on lime green benches. I hadn't noticed this area before, but now that the president had returned, it was a flurry of activity. Young men raced in and out, no less serious than Wall Street brokers. Every few moments, another person or group would emerge from the screen door, all of them smiling as though some great burden had been lifted. Many people would inquire in Hindi of one of the young men and, on receiving a response, enter the room. Even without understanding the language, it seemed clear to me that they were asking whether he was back, and everyone wanted to see him. Why had no one told me I was waiting for one of India's most revered religious leaders? I berated myself for imagining a businessman and nearly missing the opportunity to meet him. I vowed, at least in India, to always be patient, for it was clear I had no idea what was coming, when, or from where. I practiced saying, Pujya Swamiji, Pujya Swamiji, as streams of people entered and left the room, like meandering streams joining with a great river, replenishing, then branching out again to irrigate individual fields and lands. Finally, I rose and said to Pratap, "Thank you so much for taking me to meet him. I'm so glad to have permission to stay here. We are leaving early tomorrow morning. I'll let you know as soon as we get back, and I'll come and stay here." Pratap smiled and jiggled his head, right, left, and right again, in the way only Indians can. It means, sure, no problem. Then I watched him walk down the path alongside the hall, where soon I would sit from 5 to 6 o'clock every morning for prayers, then back to the temple complex. I turned and walked toward the iron water pump in the center of the ashram complex, midpoint between the small road in front alongside the Ganga River and the small road in back that connects the back gates of all the ashrams lining this stretch of Swargashram village. I turned right at the water pump to head back to our hotel, where I would tell Jim, my husband, the great news of what happened. We could stay here after our trip to Badrinath. He was not looking for a guru, and fortuitously, I had found one for both of us. But the moment my body turned right, I couldn't take another step. My feet were stuck to the ground. I looked down. Had I stepped in anything? Indian chewing gum that had welded my bare feet to the concrete pathway? There didn't appear to be anything on the ground. Invisible crazy glue then? What was it? Something was holding my feet to the ground. They wouldn't come up no matter how hard I contracted my leg muscles to raise them. I scrunched my toes to see if I could feel something on the ground, but it felt just the way the concrete always does. Warm and smooth, certainly not like chewing gum or crazy glue. Oh my God, I realized. I've contracted some horrible disease. One of my vaccinations didn't work, and I've lost the use of my legs. I must have polio or tetanus or Ebola or some other disorder that is slowly eating away my muscles and nerves. Oh God, please help me. As I flailed my arms, trying unsuccessfully to extricate my feet from the ground, a wave of calmness suddenly washed over me, and as the wave descended, it drew the energy from my eyes, which had widened in fear, and down into my abdomen. After a few breaths, I calmly realized that fatal illnesses probably don't come on like this. Suddenly, with no pain, no other symptoms, no warning, no infection or fever. Still not convinced, but calmer, I tried to think of other explanations. Maybe my legs had gone to sleep. We'd sat on the floor in Pujya Swamiji's room for a while, and I wasn't used to sitting on the ground. Maybe it was a delayed reaction and my legs had fallen asleep. I put a hand on each calf, but they weren't numb or tingly. No pins and needles. They were not asleep. I closed my eyes. This was ridiculous. Normal, educated, scientific, healthy American students do not get themselves stuck to the pavement in an Indian ashram. There must be some simpler explanation and obvious solution. I visualized the motor cortex in my brain, right for my left leg, left for my right leg, communicating with my cerebellum, as acetylcholine was secreted into my synapses. The motor neurons sent the signal down their axons into my spinal cord and ultimately into the muscles of my legs. Contract, contract, contract. Nothing. A small crowd was gathering around me. Being white was unusual, and I had found myself being stared at frequently during our days in Delhi. Now, however, I was not only white, but was also flailing my arms in the middle of the courtyard like an airplane trying to take off. At that moment, a group of children came racing down the central ashram pathway. Many of the ashram workers live in rooms around a courtyard in the back gardens, and most have children who, of course, run and play. They were playing an Indian version of tag and raced after each other at high speed. Instinctively, I stepped backward to prevent being knocked over. The children passed and I realized, I'm free. I just moved backward. My feet aren't glued to the ground anymore. Immensely appreciative of the ability to lift one foot after the other off the ground, I turned again toward the back gate to make my way out of the ashram. And again, my feet were stuck. Now in a slightly different place, a few inches behind where they had been glued before. But the feeling was identical. I could not contract a single muscle. No instruction from my brain, no amount of forcing or coaxing could get my feet to move. I just moved backward, I thought. I definitely did. For some inexplicable reason, I could walk backward only. If someone had told me I'd contract an illness whereby I was restricted to backward motion, I would have laughed at the sheer idiocy of it. Your muscles work or they don't. Your brain works or it doesn't. You might develop a proprioception issue whereby you can't properly navigate your surroundings. But to be able to walk backward but not forward is absurd, unheard of, and medically impossible. But it was true. I had such a disease. Okay. With my feet still seemingly glued to the floor, as I had no other option, I swung around and shifted my weight so I now faced Pujya Swamiji's area. With my back to the ashram's back gate and the hotel just past it, I'll just walk out of this ashram backward, I thought, not at all distressed at the idea and actually feeling proud at having successfully diagnosed my weird Indian ailment. But no. As I leaned back and tried to pick up my feet to follow the rest of my body, they wouldn't come. Neither of them. They would not budge. The crowd around me was growing, and I tried to ignore them. I had to figure this out. I'd tried first facing forward and then facing backward to walk out of the ashram gates, and my legs wouldn't move. I could not walk out of the ashram. However, I'd been able to move backward when the children raced by. There was only one possible explanation. It was not the direction of my body that mattered. It was the direction I tried to move. I could move toward Swamiji's room, but I couldn't walk out of the ashram. As my eyes filled with tears, I tested my new hypothesis. I was already facing Pujya Swamiji's room, for I had swung around while trying to walk backward out of the ashram. Could I walk forward then, toward his room? I lifted my right leg easily, and the left just as easily. As though walking on the beach in footsteps already imprinted in the sand, I walked back toward his meeting room. I entered the room and realized that only a few minutes, perhaps 5 or 7, had passed since I left it the first time. I stood in the doorway, not sure what to do. As I no longer had my new friend Pratap to choreograph my every movement, Pujya Swamiji was surrounded by a family, parents, a white sari-clad grandmother, and 2 young children who sat stiller than I'd ever see kids sit. The mother was speaking to Swamiji in Hindi, and he listened intently while every once in a while moving his eyes to make eye contact with each of the children and the grandmother. And suddenly, gently, he lifted his gaze from the family to me, standing by the door. "Yes?" he said with a smile that did not have even a trace of surprise. "I think," I began slowly, still undecided about my next move. "I think I am supposed to stay now." Swamiji continued to smile gently, nodded his head and said, "Welcome." He then turned his gaze back to the family at hand. Once I decided to move immediately into Paramarth Niketan, my feet no longer prevented me from walking out. I returned to the hotel and gushed excitedly to Jim that I had found the guru he was looking for. I had found the most incredible being, a famous guru of the famous ashram, and now we'd been granted special permission to stay. But my husband, Jim, declined. I need to find my own guru, not one you find for me. I'm tired of my life revolving around you and your life. I will not move into the ashram. I'm going to Badrinath. You can either come with me or stay here alone. Excitement turned to shock, then shock to stillness. I was sad, but not afraid. I knew I would stay. There was no question. For me to stay back while my husband traveled up the mountains was an unprecedented act of courage and defiance. I had had severe abandonment issues since my biological father, Manny, had left our house when I was 3, and then my life when I was 8. I had clung to boyfriends and moved seamlessly from one to the next, sure to never be alone. Jim had warned me as we prepared for our trip to India that I should be ready to travel alone should he find a guru with whom he wanted to stay, free from any marital encumbrance. And less than 2 weeks after touching down in Delhi, that is exactly what I did, but it was I who had found a guru. Jim's imminent departure neither worried nor upset me. A hand had reached out and grabbed onto my life. I was being held by an experience, a power that made the power of all relationships pale in comparison. I no longer needed my husband to protect me. I was being protected. I did not need him to heal me. I was being healed. I had assumed that this would be a journey together, and when I met Pujya Swamiji, I assumed that Jim would find in him the guru he had been longing for. Yet, I was barely affected when I realized this was not to be. Something had already healed in me so deeply in those few days of sitting on the steps of the Ganga that I no longer depended on Jim as the foundation of my life. If he was there, wonderful. If he wasn't, that was fine too. My roots had found deep, nourishing soil. I trusted fully for the first time in my life. I moved into the ashram next morning, and Jim took the dawn bus to Badrinath. All right. Thank you for listening. So, what a period of transformation for our dear author. From first having a miraculous vision of Mother Ganga at the river, to hearing a voice calling her to stay, and now her feet frozen, unable to walk away from this ashram. She had found her guru, as well as some space and distance for perhaps the first time in a while from her husband. I hope you look forward as much as I do to our next reading. Namaste. Now we can open up our Saṅgha to discuss whatever is on our hearts and minds. Thank you, dear Gulai, for the pair of roses you sent minutes ago now. Ram Ram. And dear Guy Sardachak, thank you for your GG. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. There's a bit of a sad ending, dear Crossfires, but one that certainly opens up room for boundless possibility. Now it seems as though there is a very lively discussion on the nature of Vedānta. Allow me to scroll up so I can get some context. It seems as though there is some room for connections to be made, for understanding to increase. I am certainly happy to open this discussion up so we can mindfully explore the nuances together. I will begin by saying that this is a space for all paths to be expressed, and just like our author is a part of a lineage of Vedantic teachers, I am very honored to experience many wonderful truths through Vedanta as well. However, of all the great Vedantic teachers I've ever learned from, none of them ever said it was the only way. For example, a great Advaita Vedanta teacher in my life, Swami Tadatmanandaji, always said that Vedanta is up for interpretation. And it's not that Advaita is the only truth. It's just one of many valid interpretations, just like quantum mechanics has many interpretations, from the Copenhagen interpretation to the many worlds hypothesis, pilot wave, etc. Ultimately, the truth of the Schrödinger equation is not in what, in particular, the interpretation of that may be, but the fact that it is possible of producing so many different interpretations. There must be some unified core which is capable of such expression. Now, I would concur that Vedanta is a very clear way, but it is not inclusive for us to say that it is the best way, because that very much depends on the individual's needs. For one person, karma yoga as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, may be the most direct way to realization. For others, it may be Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion, and for some too, the path of Jnana Yoga may be suited. But in each part of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna describes a unique way, he says that they are best. At one point he says Jnana Yoga is best. Another point he says that Karma Yoga is best. And another he says that Bhakti Yoga is best. He also says Ashtanga Yoga, Buddhi Yoga, and Dhyana Yoga are best. And we can find elements of those within all paths, whether you're a Christian or a Buddhist or a Jain or a Taoist, a Muslim, whether you are Jewish or of indigenous origins. What is best is not determined objectively by anyone other than yourself. And that holds true just for one's individual path. But as the Vedas themselves claim, truth is one, but the sages speak of it as many. They also say that all this is verily Brahman, which means that there is not a place which is devoid of that ultimate truth. And yes, it is true that the Vedas speak of this world as mithya. But mithya does not mean unreal. That would be asatya. This universe is satya. This Maya is not an illusory reality. That interpretation comes from a very recent form of Vedanta called Neo-Vedanta or Neo-Advaita Vedanta, which you might be familiar with. In Neo-Advaita Vedanta, meaning New Advaita Vedanta, and welcome Neo, it's good to have someone with that username. There is the sentiment that this world is illusory, and as such, many Vedic verses often get translated to point out that one's jiva, their ahankara, or even the whole universe is unreal or illusory. But if we truly listen to the masters of the scriptures, they actually never say that this universe is illusory, or that our body, or our mind, or even our ego, or soul are. What they say is that they're temporary, which is what mithya means, that they are constantly changing. There's nothing wrong with that so far as long as you identify with what is beyond that, which is the Atma, the self which is identical with Brahman, the ultimate pervasive reality. But even though that is our higher reality, that's not to say that there's no room for having a body or a mind or ego. Quite the contrary. These are the instruments for bhakti, for jnana, for karma. It is through these things that we get to express ourselves. Let's not forget that Maya, the material existence, is a Shakti of Brahman. It is a power. That power of Brahman to create the manifold universe is for Brahman to experience itself as the many. So we are not wrong to engage in this world as individuals, so far as long as we understand our unity to be there amidst our diversity. And along with the diversity of bodies and minds and personalities comes a diversity of expression of that one truth, and that includes the many religions and traditions, philosophies, and ideologies. Just as a mountain has a full 360 degrees worth of approaches but only one highest peak, we may climb from any angle but still approach that very same top. Yes, there might be one face of the mountain that's very steep, and since the shortest distance between 2 points is formed by a straight line, then yeah, you could climb the steepest part and get there quicker. But that also assumes that that path is going to be one which can accommodate your unique climbing style and ability to acclimate to different heights. As such, for different people, we may require different approaches. Some may take longer, some may have detours, but that's especially important for those that require a long time to adapt, etc. So all of this is to say that Vedanta is one approach of coming to that truth, which is very direct, but just because it's direct does not necessarily imply that it's best. Ultimately, we just have to ask ourselves, do we feel like we're going higher and higher? And that's true for as long as we feel like we're becoming more patient, more peaceful, more empathetic, more compassionate, because all of those things are associated with what's at the top. That infinite being of infinite patience, compassion, understanding, empathy, etc. In this way, I hope that we find a unity of pathways to approach that truth, just as there is a diversity of forms which we live through in expression of that truth. Thank you, dear Angela, for your finger heart. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Ushabai, thank you for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Om Dum Durgai Namaha. Hi, Bridgen. Thank you for your rosa. Ram Ram. And Mads, thank you for your ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Carrie King, thank you for your rose as well. Jaya Sita Ram. And I appreciate your subscription as well, dear Mads. I hope that we continue to cross paths on this journey of life. I'm honored to coexist in it with you. Hare Krishna. And Zachary, thank you for your pair of GGs. Radhe Radhe. I am happy, dear Ben, that you see it possible for me to hold Vedanta's strengths high. But I am troubled by how putting it at the same level as other traditions is somehow disempowering of Vedanta. Because I hold something at the same level, now that makes one feel like what we also hold is less special. This, to me, is just another example of the way in which we create divisions, is it not? If we see one thing as only important when other things are considered less important, then what does that say about us? It means that we're only willing to accept something as truth if we see something else as separate from us. And that is exactly opposite of what Vedanta tells us, which is that Sarva Kalvidam Brahma. All this is the highest reality. That statement thereby implies there is nothing which is lower in position relative to anything else. They all may coexist with each other. Therefore, until we understand that, then we are not even practicing Vedanta. We are practicing the same kind of dogma that may exist in other traditions. Only when we realize that the path that Vedanta takes us is equivalent to the other paths, then will we actually be practicing it. Otherwise, then we still separate ourselves from some other existence, thereby living under another duality. Non-duality means that we find truth in everything. And yes, one path may be more clear to you as an individual, and that's because that your needs are best equipped to satisfy the requirements of Vedanta, whereas another student may have needs that are best equipped in other paths too. The clarity is not an objective measure. It is subject to the individual's impediments. To point a duality between obscure and clear methods is part of our individual choice. What you might see as obscure is really just a lack of one's own ability to understand the clarity in it. Similarly, finding something else to be clear points to our lack of impediment there. But from the perspective of Atma, there is no impediments. There is no obscurity. Obscurity is by definition the presence of some duality, some impediment, which means that we continue to do our sadhana, and eventually the truth opens us up to us in new ways, and we begin to find that in other places. Yes, we can always empower the path that we're on, because whatever path we're on is meant for us. But if we disempower other paths, ultimately we're also disempowering our own. And so, for the sake of practicing genuine and sincere Vedanta or any other path, we have to see the reflection of ourself in others. And if we can't, then that's something that we have to work on. There is some kind of understanding that could be there, so that we may value another path as equal to our own. I ask the question, does it make you happy to disempower other paths? It might make you, in one's personal sense of self, feel good, because then we know that we're on the right path. I'm so grateful that I avoided the wrong paths, or in other words, more obscure paths. But that can be one of the very ego trips that prevents us from being happy, because we're sacrificing long-term contentment and understanding for short-term gratification. To be humble means that we don't see any path as higher than another, because they all take us to the same place ultimately. It does make me happy to empower obscure paths, because as long as it works for at least one person, then it's good to have that opportunity for someone to possibly explore. If we limit ourselves to one path, then we end up limiting people's ability to discover the truth. As I said many times so far, a single person may find it easier to approach the truth from one angle more than another. In this way, what might appear to be the clearest way for me might not be the clearest way for another. I don't have to practice that other path,
by empowering it, but I leave it as a possibility for others in my life. So if they were to embark on it, I can be happy for them and remain non-judgmental. And I think this is something that we have to be mindful of, that we are not labeling any path according to our limited judgment. If we find value in the path that we're on, that's wonderful. And we can hope that others find value in theirs too. So yeah, I will absolutely empower those who wish to go on the Kabbalistic route of Judaism, the Tantric yogis of Tibet, through Christian mysticism, through Sufi Islam, through indigenous practices, or through any other possible way that makes sense to them. This is a space of collaboration, a space to empower each other, not to disempower others. And I invite everyone to participate in that too. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave. Now, thank you, dear MJ, for the rose and hand hearts you sent many minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Zachary, I think I thanked you for your pair of GGs, but I'll do it again just in case. Thank you. Guy Sardachak, thank you for your team bracelet. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Indigo, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Guy Sardachak, thank you for the subscription also. I'm honored to be here with you. In any way in which I can make this space more inclusive, please let me know. Ram Ram. And Jarrett, thank you for your rose and heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Here's a poll for democratic purposes. Everyone who has been here to witness this discussion so far, do you feel like, how shall I word this? Do you feel like it is limiting to empower obscure paths? Or do you feel like it is expansive or inclusive to empower other paths? What is the path of love? Thank you, dear Jarrett, for your rose and heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Samra, thank you for your hanging lights. Jaya Sita Ram. I agree with that, dear Ben. Love is sharing clarity. So I hope to be extra clear with you that the inclusive thing to do is to consider the paths that everyone is on. Otherwise, we obscure what may be true for one person and not necessarily for another. Is that clear? Ragnhildur. Thank you for your swan as well. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Zadina Charin, thank you for your quintet of rosas. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Lily, thank you for your 20 roses too. It is never expected, but deeply appreciated. Jaya Sitaram. Amy, thank you for your heart meat and quintet of finger hearts. Hare Krishna. And Anna, thank you for your ice cream call. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. And Samra, thank you for your subscription here. May we continue to reflect the truths in each other's souls. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, Kev, for your heart me. Ram Ram. Dear Assad, you wonder what my future career goals are. I am just happy to be here to tell you the truth. I do not consider a future with any career. All I know is that in this moment, all of my needs are met by hosting this space. And I'm very grateful that that's the case, because it doesn't have to be, and yet it is. That is a humbling possibility that wouldn't be made possible without you. All right. Why don't we take an interim and read from one of 108 Adages of Wisdom? Allow me to crack open this book for us all. This comes from a school of Mahayana Buddhism in China, known as Chan Buddhism. The master behind these words is known as Sheng Yan. Here is another short verse on protecting the spiritual environment. This one reads, people usually hide their shortcomings and avoid confronting them. Face them with openness, and then these shortcomings and other problems will actually decrease. And there is a funny little comic. Person says, you will overcome your shortcomings one after another. Keep it up. And this says, declaring war on all my shortcomings. And there's a little puppy there too. He's kind of in the seam. So let us leave the fault finding for ourselves. Let us declare war not on the limitations we find in others, but within ourselves. And if you don't like such terminology of war and conflict, let us discover what we can understand within ourselves, so that we may understand it in others too. I am thinking about the theistic idea of finding God in everything. But for this to be the case, we have to be able to put ourselves in a position of looking up to everyone and everything around us, so that there is something we can learn from everyone. We become aware of what there is space for within, and then we see the presence that has appeared before us and those around us. Thank you for listening. This was another adage from Master Sheng Yen. Dear Morris, thank you for your friendship necklace. I'm so grateful to be surrounded by such generous people. I only wish to give back to the same extent, if not more. Ram Ram. And Zadina Turin, thank you for your subscription too. Hare Krishna. Renvox, thank you for your ice cream cone. Om Namo Buddhaya. And thank you, Carrie King, for the rose, the quartet of roses you had sent. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Dear CWA, you ask, am I always the send out? I try to be, but whenever I'm not, I take that as a learning moment so that I can be more so next time. I'm only human. Feelings of anger, sadness, fear, etc. still arise, but I suppose in recent years I've learned, rather than fighting them, to embrace them and discover the lesson that's hiding beneath them. And I can safely say that it's not that my sadness or anger or fear has decreased, but a background layer of acceptance has been added to that whole assortment of experiences, so that the more things that appear to me, the more aware I am of the purpose and meaning, despite how challenging they may be. Thank you, dear Zadina Choren. You ask, if I'm in a stressful situation, CW, it's like say at work, am I zen like this? We have come to this association of stress and work, but the way I see it, stress comes from expectations. If we expect nothing of ourselves other than to do our best, then that is enough, regardless of what deadlines or quotas are put on us. If you truly know the gift of life is to engage with it at all, then life includes work as some of the most peaceful times. Yes, they may be chaotic and perhaps full of people who push your buttons, but from another perspective, all of those forces actually compel a deeper sense of compassion, trust, and patience within you. As such, there is a way of engaging in anything that brings out the best in us. Dear Jarrett,
Thank you for your mystery firework too. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Dear Ushabai, thank you for your hanging lights. Radhe, Radhe. It is true, dear Angela, that some bosses may beg to differ that your best is enough, but that's not for them to decide. Even if someone is telling you that you can do more, if it's literally out of your capacity, then their words should just be like a mosquito buzzing by. It just doesn't matter. Because you know what you're capable of, and you are able to do your best. What more could you do personally? All we can do is hear their words and go, I hear you, I understand where you're coming from, but inwardly we have enough validation that the lack of it coming from them is not going to take our peace away. We don't let them take our peace away, because that's empowering them to do so. We retain our power by validating ourselves from within, knowing that all that we are capable of is enough, and anything beyond that is a logical impossibility. It would not be possible. So how could we grieve for that which could never be? Therefore, we must see within ourselves enough acceptance and trust. In this way, dear Zadina Chorin, thank you for your tiny yippee! And Sust Namaste, thank you for your heart me. Praum Hanumate Namaha. Dear Milton, you shared that I had a great video on religion. Could I repost it? I'm not sure what video in particular you're referring to, as I certainly had made a couple videos on the subject of religion. If you can tell me what it is about, then I can certainly consider it. Otherwise, maybe I can return to that subject from a different point of view, or maybe we could talk about it together here, interactively. All I know is that many of the videos I had made previously I took down, since I learned that the method in which I expressed it was not true for me anymore. That I had come from a position often of judgment and criticality of another person's faith, and I've since had experiences which allow me to approach it from a different point of view, which is hopefully more inclusive to the variety of people's experiences. Dear Luna, you share that you would love a reminder of the best way to overcoming fears and doubts within. I think in a way, fears and doubts will always be there. We can accept and validate them, befriend them, and be curious about where they come from. As long as we're resisting some of our feelings, so too we empower them to take our peace, our joy, our happiness away. Therefore, to overcome is a word that, in my opinion, invites some more room for alternatives. And an alternative to overcome, I think, would be to befriend. How can we befriend our fears, our doubts? This means that we incorporate them whilst recognizing that there is a lesson there to learn, that they express something that is true for us. It just might not be the only thing true for us, and we can add to that expression truth from other perspectives too. And if those perspectives we find give rise to even more truth, then we just keep those in mind when we're engaging in something that would otherwise prevent us out of fear. I hope that makes sense. Dear Bonita, you ask, so is it our expectation of parents that is hurtful, not the actions of our parents? I see how the things I said could make that a possible conclusion, and that might invalidate the genuine suffering of traumatic events that have happened through another person, such as a parent. And to that I would clarify that what happens to us is never something which we can simply say is our fault for not having the right expectations or whatever connotation that may have. So do please be affirmed that there's a way of understanding this point in which your experiences are validated and that you are justified in wishing for different events to have happened and for these people in your life to take accountability, which they absolutely should. The point I'm making here is much more subtle, which is that sometimes we can't control the circumstances of our life. And there is a way of making peace with that without invalidating the suffering. You should set boundaries with people that are abusing you, of course, always. And these people should, their actions should be pointed out in the direction of what is possible for them so that they may take accountability or responsibility. This point about having no expectations concerns our actions. It's about the kind of engagement that we perform with the world. That with the world, if we expect some action to lead to some result, then we bind ourselves to that possibility. And if it happens or not is largely out of our control, as there are other variables or factors that are beyond our freedom of will. For example, you may be the most lovable person. You may have done everything right, and yet some people might not be able to find the way in which you feel comforted, understood, or loved. And if that's their responsibility, then of course that's something that they have to take accountability for. But unfortunately, it is a truth of our life that no matter what we engage in, sometimes the results will be unfavorable. So there must be some way beyond this suffering that takes us into a kind of peace with whatever happens, whilst still doing everything we can to ensure a just environment around us. We can continue talking about that further, but I think that's a good general overview. Namaste, Estina. And thank you, Carrie King, for the rose you sent. Om Brahm Bhairvai Namo Namaha. Dear Ben, you ask, how do we know if someone would benefit from an obscure message more than a clear message? Again, obscurity or clarity is subjective. And the best we can do is express something in the way that is clear to us. And if it's not clear to them, then we can be curious about that and inquire. We can ask about what parts of that might be difficult or what parts make sense to them. And in that way,
We go beyond the obscurity by creating clarity for us and them. To rephrase, of course, we will always express the messages that are clear to us, but if they are not clear to others, then we have to adapt to be able to find a way that is clear for more and more people. And that requires non-attachment to our particular language or vocabulary. Dear Stripe Thunder, you ask, how can you feel when you are trying your best and you overdo it? How do you deal with overdoing it? I love that question too. We talk about doing your best, but sometimes we feel like we have to do more than that. I think this is something that we continue to learn every time we notice that we've overexerted ourselves. In other words, we find our own boundaries by trial and error, which is a bit of a guessing game. Sometimes we just don't know what it means to overdo or not. But afterwards, if we're feeling drained, if we feel like now we have to spend some time repairing our body or our mind by maybe isolating from the world, or practicing some therapeutic measure for our mind, then this might be a sign that we are doing something in a way such that after a certain point, now we start damaging our body or our mind. So we can ask ourselves, after I do something, am I unnecessarily in pain, mentally or physically? Have I put myself through such an exertion that now I am in need of some kind of attention? Of course, some amount of that is necessary for growth. Naturally, that our best is always changing, depending on our needs. We can push ourselves a little further so that we become better. And other times, other things in our life takes priority, and then what we're capable of might temporarily be reduced, but it's definitely based on an individual sense of connection with their body and their mind. And so in that way, having a kind of connection, as I said, I really like that word in this context. Connection to our own boundaries, to our body, our mind, that you can feel or intuitively know when something has to change. You can ask yourself after you do anything, could I do it better next time? If the answer is yes, wonderful. And that doesn't mean that you did anything wrong for not meeting that standard this time. Maybe the only way we could know what to do better is by doing it the way we did then. And we can similarly ask, could I be more gentle with myself next time? More mindful of my boundaries? If the answer is yes, then we try for that next time too. And still, we don't have to judge ourselves for making that discovery in a way which required maybe healing afterwards of some kind, because maybe we wouldn't know that that's where our boundary are if we didn't end up coming so close in contact with it. Maybe some of these ideas help. Bonita, you would love more on the topic of
balancing a kind of peacefulness of our situations with it's still a validation for what we're going through and standing up for what's right, etc. We can certainly talk more about that. Essentially, the life that we're given, if we grieve for the way it went, which is completely natural, that's a process in which we can either limit ourselves or expand ourselves. It's very easy to experience something traumatic and then put all the walls up and create an aversion towards the world, which is absolutely anyone's right to do, and it's the safest thing to do, absolutely, for the protection of our sense of self. And especially as children, we have no other alternative. But when we get older, we can actually use those experiences to open up. Instead of putting the walls up, we can take pride in our vulnerability and say, I was allowed to be vulnerable, and I still am. Because that vulnerability was taken advantage of has given me this understanding of the sanctity of my vulnerability, and it gives nobody the right to do that. How can I take that experience and empower myself to not let that happen again for me or for others? And especially when we take empathy in the experiences of others that we can relate to, then we validate our own experience because it gives us purpose and meaning to have gone through something that we can say, I am a survivor. That this experience has allowed me to stand taller than before. It's allowed me to be more mindful, more aware. And perhaps I can even serve as a role model for others who are going through it. Or maybe I can even help this world be a place where people don't have to go through that. And that empowerment has come from the decision to see our circumstance as something that we can work with. We can be so hard on ourselves for existing in this timeline where things could have been a different way. But we can also find kind of acceptance for the way it went, and then use our unique experience of life to grow, to learn, to heal. And that takes a lot of bravery. It takes a lot of forgiveness too. It takes a lot of therapy, a good group of friends. It takes a lot of self-love too. We have to put faith in the ability for ourselves to find empowerment, purpose, and meaning in this moment, no matter how dark it gets. Thank you, Peter, for the trio of roses you had sent to. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear BT, you had asked if I believe in an afterlife. I am not so certain about what happens after the state which death leads to, but I can tell you a lot about what happens after the state which birth leads from. And I would not hesitate to find some similarity between that state which leads to birth and that state which death leads into. If a birth is a kind of becoming and death is a kind of unbecoming, I feel as though we become one with the very same state which led to our birth. And if that weren't the case, then that would imply that something is different between that state before birth and the state after death. And even in that case, that's good news, because it means that there is something rather than nothing. Because only something after death could be different from something before birth. If it were both a kind of nothingness, there would be no differences we could make. So in either case, there is some continuity of sorts just going by this logic. I will add to that regardless of what the afterlife contains for us, if we can make peace with this present life, if we can find a way to find peace in whatever present moment this life provides for us, then we need not worry about what happens next, because we have enough trust in ourselves to make do with what we got. Dear little moonbeam, thank you for your heart, me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I love that sentiment. It's all gravy. You try to think that traumas or impactful experiences just taught lessons. Stripe Thunder, your name has expanded since last time. You share that you tend to isolate with your anxiety a lot, but you will go out every now and then as you try to go out. I'm happy that you find room to take care of your needs while anxious, and you're absolutely valid in that. And that you allow yourself a little bit of room for discovery of what's possible every time you go outside your comfort zone and meet new people, try new things. BT, you share that you miss your dog. Yes. And there is no set of words that can bring your dog back in any physical sense. But there are certainly things that we can explore to affirm to you that in other senses, that lovely dog of yours has not gone anywhere. For example, the memories of that lovely friend stay with you, and the feelings and the joy. And it breaks my heart that people don't see those thoughts or feelings as real as the physical, because there is an absolute aliveness to our feelings, to our thoughts, especially as they exist impressed upon our subconscious, not merely fluctuations of one's brain, but a layer of reality that lives and breathes. In the same way that you may experience connection with someone that you love while awake, you may experience the same kind of connection in your dreams too. I would not put that as a layer of reality which is less meaningful or real. It's just different. That's all. We may grieve the physicality, but we need not grieve the mentality or spirituality of that being too, which is absolutely a part of their existence, and one that has not left along with the physical. Thank you, Stephen, for your rose. Arion Tatsat. And Bonita, thank you for Sage the Smart Bean. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. That means salutations to divine energy and divine consciousness. I think you expressed yourself adequately, dear Greg RG. What more can be done? In each moment, there is a learning experience. We cannot be so hard on ourselves to expect that every way in which we express ourselves, it will be received according to the meaning that we put into that expression. And as such, it's a miracle when any understanding occurs. I think it's incredible that I can just say, a dancing purple banana, and I can have confidence that the image that created for you when I said that is probably not so different than the intention behind those sets of sounds. Now, of course, exactly what that banana looks like for you. How many are there? If it's a bundle, if it has legs or arms, what kind of dance it's doing. Well, I didn't specify any of that. So there's room for interpretation. May we always be considerate of how our words may be interpreted. May we continue to find the words which bring about a sense of affirmation in one's life. May we continue to affirm to ourselves that our past is not for us to change, but to learn from, to make a difference today. And that anything we had said was true in the way that we had the capacity to at the time. May our capacity continue to evolve. Dear Billy, you share that speaking of birth, your sister assisted in her first birth as a doula today, a doula. I love that. I remember you mentioning that a while ago. Oh, do you know how that was for her? I would love to know. Stressful, beautiful, amazing, maybe sad, scary, probably a combination of all of those things. I imagine when it comes to someone bringing life into this world, if you ask them how they're feeling, they'll just say yes. Because all of the feelings are there. They are feeling. Hello, okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. Dear Alex, you ask, what? Hello, okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. Dear Alex, you ask, what? If my connection has returned, do let me know. I believe it cut out for you. It's back. I was reading Alex's comment, what do I think contributes to a state of mind and being that is more meditative and calm? Is this thought limiting or inclusive? Or my thoughts pointing out a limitation or a possibility? And the beauty of this question is that we never have to change what we're thinking about, just how we think about it. For example, maybe we're thinking the thought, I am so stupid. It's a thought that we may be thinking. Does this thought point to a limitation or a possibility? Is being stupid a limitation or a possibility? You're getting really clever and poetic, maybe possibility, but generally the connotation is that it's a limited existence. So, what are we really expressing beyond the exact words, such that we can choose words which point out a possibility rather than a limitation? In this case, I would say that this idea comes from wanting to be smart, wanting to have an intelligence that we can use that makes a difference in our life. That urge is what's producing this thought. It's just that we're so hard on ourselves to already have that be a reality for us that we've now phrased it in terms of a limitation because we feel limited compared to that. So instead we could say something like, I have the capacity to be smarter. In some sense, isn't that what stupid means? If you say anything is stupid, what you mean is
It has the capacity to be smarter. Otherwise, we wouldn't call it such, because that label only exists relative to what could be. So that possibility of what could be is the real observation that's underlying such a thought. And if we can express that in terms of possibility, then that very same observation becomes an expansive opportunity rather than a self-deprecating one, for example. Here's another example of a thought you could be thinking. GW says, I don't have the capacity to be smarter. Again, we can play our game with this and find the underlying observation and then express that in other ways. For example, the underlying expression might be, I wish I saw what's possible for me. I wish I was aware of my capacity. How could I have a greater capacity? In this way, we can rephrase that. You could say, I have the ability to put more trust in my capabilities. Which is kind of funny because we're using the term possibility to refer to a possibility. That it is possible for me to be more aware of what is truly possible. And I encourage you to play that game with negative thoughts. What do I really mean behind the limiting terms of my vocabulary? And in what way can I combine other words to express the same thing, but in a way that affirms myself? It's lol goggles. Thank you for the 40 gimme the votes. Still don't know what we're voting for, but I say we vote for each other. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Anna, thank you for your rose. Jaya Sitaram. Thank you for finding resonance in that, dear Alex. What did dear Billy say? You said that she's very proud of herself and joyous to bring a cute baby into the world. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you for sharing. Ticket, you ask, if time is a construct, the beginning in the Bible, is it just the purest version of this moment? I love that. Here is some scholarly biblical analysis for you. In the original Hebrew, there's no definite article, the. It doesn't say in the beginning. It actually doesn't even say in either. It just says beginning. Now in English, this wouldn't exactly make sense if we translated it literally, which is why in most versions we put in the beginning before that to make it make grammatical sense. But if you look at more scholarly translations of the original Hebrew, they translate it as this. Instead of in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, most Hebrew scholars translate it as
God began creating the heavens and the earth. So we're just setting up the subject. We're just setting up that God is creating the heavens and the earth, and we're at the beginning of that. But is it the absolute beginning of all that is? It doesn't say. It just starts the story that way. God began creating the heavens and the earth. So there could have been something before that. But what does it mean at a practical level to begin creating as divinity? Because we have that divinity ourselves. We have to. Because nothing can exist separate from the source. That is what makes the source the source. It's just that our agency has limitations. Speaking of limitations a few minutes ago, limitations do exist. We exist relative to other beings too. And as such, what they have possible to create is just in addition to what we have to create too. And for us personally, we create by recognizing our source as a place for things to arise from. We recognize a kind of space that exists now for things to arise, especially from the heaven to the earth, from that divine realm in which things are already perfect, and we bring that from within to without. Thus we become agencies for creation. So I absolutely concur with that sentiment of what's possible now. And there is a second creation story that Angela points out in 1 John 1:1 that also has "in the beginning." Is that the New Testament? I think that's the New Testament because it was first written in Greek rather than Hebrew. I wonder if the Greeks used a definite article. It's easily searchable. I just have to look up John 1:1 original Greek. They don't use a definite article either in John 1:1. So there's no "the" in the original Greek of John 1:1. No, in the beginning. It starts in a similar way. So I imagine that taking into consideration this, without using a definite article, for it to make sense in English, it would probably be, instead of "in the beginning was the Word," we would probably have to say something like, "begins the Word," or "begin with the Word," which would change the sentiment very much so. Instead of talking about some objective moment in time, it would describe a kind of process that's applicable even now, I think. Actually, that word is a funny word. Speaking of words, comes from the Greek logos, which is translated into word. But that word logos, philosophy students will know, also made its way into English as logic. Whenever you're writing some argument, it's good to consider logos, pathos, and ethos, the logic, the pathology, and the ethics. So we could equally translate logos into logic. So instead of "in the beginning was the Word," we want to kind of translate a little more directly, which isn't always more accurate, by the way. It's just an alternative to tradition. We could say, begin with logic, or begin by logic. Began by logic. God was one, with and as logic. Something like that. Dear Anna, thank you for your rose a few minutes ago. And dear Angela, thank you for that rose. Adhika, you had asked, do I think gurus that won't accept women are not ready for their position? What meaning could it have? Very interesting question. I think it's silly and ridiculous that there are still teachers in the world that accept students based on the criteria of gender. I see that as something that definitely should change, as it already is in many parts of the world. Yeah, I think it's safest for me not even to try to justify why that is. I think, of course, we can find some symbolism in that, but for the current age, it's unnecessary. Clearly, in this age, it is best for us to dissolve such boundaries, and that we should not be judging a person's ability to learn or teach based on the criteria of gender. Thank you, Linda, for your 20 roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear New Reality, thank you for your heart me and rose as well. Om Ram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And I like that layer, dear Gregor G, that logos also has a connotation of wisdom, not just the dry mechanicalness of logic, which we might connotate in English. I mean, clearly, if it's being elevated to divine status by this verse, then there must be more than just the way we use it in English as logic. We tend to see logic as something mechanical, autonomous, that a computer can do without consciousness. But I think you're right that this logos points to something much more alive, kind of living process of understanding. Maybe we could make an acronym out of logos. A living, organic gravitas of Sophia. I like the word you used, Sophia, meaning wisdom. Living organic gravitas of Sophia. I don't know, just came up with that. You can workshop it. That sounds very fascinating, this guy. I've not heard of something that's able to create podcasts from thoughts. Although that sounds like I was going to make a bad joke. I'm not going to do that. I was going to say, you know what else creates podcasts from thoughts? Unemployment. That's a bad joke though. No offense to any podcaster. I'll have to check it out. Notebook LM. I imagine LM stands for language model. That's very fascinating, dear Greg RG. I would love to learn more from the Gnostics. BT. Beautiful. Not sure what T should stand for in your name. Beautiful teacup. You ask, how did I achieve such an authentic version of myself? You feel like you constrain yourself. I also don't feel like I've reached an authentic version of myself, because I recognize that the way I express myself today might be different than it is tomorrow, as it is different from yesterday. And I think the real authenticity is not being any version of oneself in particular, but the ability to adapt to new experiences and situations. What is authentically you is expressed through an evolution of time. Perhaps one's true self is beyond this time, but we cannot know it as such without putting it into some form. No form in particular is going to express that formless truth that you are, but the ability to go from one form to another leads one to the realization of the formlessness beyond the changing forms. Thank you, dear angel, for your heartbeat and team bracelet. Beautiful timing. That's exactly what BT stands for. Beautiful timing. Or just beautiful time. Amy, thank you for the hanging lights, and thank you for being a light in this world for everyone that you hang out with. Thank you, this sky, for your rosa too. Namo Namaha. If we just imagine ourselves as some infinite being, obviously that's not our physical existence, because our physical existence is finite. But what if our physical existence was just a piece of that of infinity poking through this veil, like an iceberg? That this infinite iceberg of ourself, it rotates through time, and different pieces of that poke out at any moment, and no face of that infinite self truly gives you an impression of the whole. But as you keep discovering more sides of yourself to express, we begin to realize just how much is beneath the surface. And hello, Mads. Hello, dear Marlon. Ricardo, you ask, what do I think about Stoicism? You know, it's not something I'm that familiar with, to be honest. Greek philosophy in general is very new to me. And the subject matter, I'm sure I'd be happy to have a conversation with. You know, like how We might not know the terminology, but have experience surrounding those terms. So if there are aspects about Stoicism you want to explore, I'm sure that there is room for that. I just might not be able to cite all the right words or people. Thank you, Carrie King, for another trio of roses. Here's to the roots which have grown from endless past, the flower that has blossomed now, and the fragrance that'll emanate until tomorrow. Let this trinity of roses that you've sent exemplify that. Adhika, you had asked, how much meaning do I think dreams have? As much as you're willing to give them. Because it doesn't matter what I say about them, if you don't associate that with your dreams, then it doesn't mean anything. Or I could tell you how much they don't mean anything, but if it had an influence on your life and has changed the way you think about something, then there's nothing I can say to change the meaning that you found in it. So the meaning is up to you to find. One may provide a possible meaning, and if you resonate with that, then you add to the meaning. If it doesn't, then that's okay. Giuliano, thank you for your ice cream cone. GG. TikTok and Rose too. Radhe Radhe. Exactly, dear Anna. But if humanity keeps existing, how are we not infinite? And that's where this ability for our infinite self to peep through this veil of our consciousness into our experience allows us to be informed about our infinite nature. And yes, you're right, dear Linda. That is a long-term goal. Very long-term goal to realize the infinite. The longest term goal, in fact. Dear Boo, you share that a spirit came to you entirely made of light and said to you, you cannot heal with darkness. What did it mean? Perhaps, and this is just the meaning that I would take if it occurred to me, that if we constantly identify with the darkness, then we won't be able to realize our light. Though both darkness and light is a part of this world, being attached to only one will not allow us to expand our sense of self to what's made possible by the other. In the same way that we cannot stay in the womb forever, at some point we must take the journey out of that darkness into the light. And then we realize that that darkness wasn't darkness at all, but rather the inside of our mother. And it was from that darkness that we were meant to be born into the light, so that we may face our Creator in the eyes and say, "Hello, Mother." But not immediately. That would terrify your mother. If you were born, suddenly your baby looked at you and said, "Hello, Mother." Do you imagine? You'd say, "Oh God, what is this thing?" We have to have a period of immaturity. That is necessary for our growth. I was just joking, but it does lead to a beautiful fact that, you know, if we did come out of the womb knowing everything already, that would break our mother's heart. Why? Because she is empowered to take care and begin to bring light, love, and understanding to her child. That is her role as a mother. If her child knew everything, then what need would there be for a mother? So we give purpose to Mother Nature by allowing us to learn from her too. We are afforded the room to make mistakes so that our nature can teach us what is possible. And that's funny, dear Gregor G, you're right. That did happen with Krishna and his mother. Yeah. And then what happened is that she passed out during birth, and Krishna dissolved immaterially and reappeared while she was unconscious in his fully cosmic form. And when she woke up, she thought, "Oh my God," because literally there was God before her. And you'd think that'd be an amazing thing. But what happened is exactly, I think, what any mother would do if she gave birth to a divine form. She said, "Please allow me to have the honor of being your mother, O Krishna. Become like a baby once more, so that I may know what it's like to raise you." And then I'm sure Krishna blushed and went, "All right," and became a baby. Dear Attica, you share that there is a bottomless pit that you once jumped down and you can't come back up. You're always too afraid in some of your dreams. I've had very similar dreams. I once expressed that dream actually to a therapist at the time. And my therapist was actually really spiritual. And she said that, "Do you think perhaps that descent of this pit represents the endless lifetimes you've had, and that you're scared to venture into the past because you don't want to see what you have forgotten?" And then I thought, You're not a regular therapist, are you? This isn't CBT. I should have gathered that when I had to walk through a yoga studio to go to your office, but actually she was great. I really liked her. Dear Enya, you had asked, what helps you come back to the present moment when something you have no control of keeps coming back? Well, of course, trust that engagement in what you do have control of is enough. If there is an aspect of life which is like a test, you are not going to be tested on that which you have no control over. In the same way that if you have a math exam, you're not going to be expected to write an essay on history or science or be able to run a marathon, because the context of a math class means that you will be learning math. Similarly, the context of a human life is to learn how to be human, not be superhuman, not be God, not play the role of everything everywhere all at once. That's outside the scope of the classroom of the human body and mind. You are empowered to make the choices that you can, and not to decide on things which you can't, to put it simply. And we recognize that our happiness comes from what we are capable of, not from what we aren't. That there's no situation in life in which happiness can be taken from you because it's out of your control. Happiness will always be found in what is possible for you to engage in. Having trust in that means giving power to the little moments, finding meaning in the small things. Even if we are part of this great and vast universe, which is beyond our comprehension, we don't have to comprehend it all in order to be happy while we brush our teeth, be happy while we're expressing our needs, be happy while we tuck ourselves into bed, be happy as we find ways to make a difference tomorrow. We don't have to set our happiness aside for some hypothetical state in which everything makes sense and the whole universe is in our favor. It's absolutely possible and inevitable to find happiness in just what we do understand, what we can express, what we can solve, what we can learn from. This is the extent of our life. Thank you, dear Gabriella, for your heartmeet. Jai Sitaram. And Anrola, thank you for your heartmeet. Hare Krishna. Dear Stripe, you have two usernames corresponding to two different accounts. That makes sense. It's quite alright. I'm happy you find helpfulness here. Dear Yael, you share that you're dueling between the contradictions of dialectic reason. You want to do things, but you don't want them to contradict what and who you are, what you stand for. I understand the predicament. Yes. Well, it makes absolute sense that we want our values and principles to be what we base our behavior off of. And conversely, that our actions speak for our morals, our virtues, etc. Unfortunately, this is not possible. I'm going to tell you it directly. We are contradicting ourselves all of the time, 24/7. This is the nature of who we are. This is the nature of existence. That it is a collection of contradictions, but it's not a bad thing. In fact, without contradiction, there can be no growth. Without contradiction, there can be no dynamism. We might perhaps poetically or philosophically imagine contradiction as just some dull, dead state in which we should be living in the liveliness of truth. But sometimes it is from the contradiction that there creates the movement, the propelling nature of existence to go forth in change. It is from that difference of nothing and everything that life finds expression. It is through our limitations that we discover what exists beyond them. So I would not worry so much about trying not to contradict yourself, because if you go forth in life without trying to contradict yourself, you won't do much of anything at all. If you want to not contradict yourself, just don't do anything then. But if you want to learn, if you want to grow, if you want to continue shaping your values and how your actions reflect them, then make mistakes. Well, allow yourself to make mistakes, more accurately. We can't expect ourselves to be perfect embodiments of truth. But we can expect ourselves to be able to find the truth in our experience, no matter how poorly we express it, and the ability to find expressions which are better suited for that truth. To drive this point home in one more way, the goal of life is not to be the perfect version of yourself. It is to be in the process of perfecting. And to me, this is the difference between a perfectionist and an imperfectionist. Is that a perfectionist does not accept themselves until they are at the hypothetical destination of perfect. But an imperfectionist, they cannot accept being perfect, because that means there's no more purpose in striving for something higher today. No meaning in being a part of the journey, in the process now. Let us become imperfectionists. Dear Dagger, thank you for your rose. Om Namah Shivaya. And David, thank you for your heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Stripe, you had asked, how do you feel when you do something that is scary? How do you deal with that? I suppose the fact that you are doing something which you found scary is the way that you are dealing with the fear. Because to not deal with it would mean to not do anything scary, is to stay in your comfort zone without going outside of it. So the fact that you are doing things which are scary means that you are dealing with the fact that if you stay in your comfort zone, change isn't possible. But you are creating possibilities by undergoing such fear in the actions themselves. So after we do something scary and we survive, we pat ourselves down, we recognize we're all still intact, we haven't left our arm or piece of our personality or anything behind, we've only proved to ourselves what is possible and gained an experience, then that fear begins to dissolve. And we realize that actually there wasn't anything to be afraid of, because we showed ourselves what you can do. Thank you, Isa, for the rose you sent too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Alexander, you share that you have a question. If I do everything for free, how do I make a living? By the voluntary contributions that I get during my live stream. And part of me wishes that's the way the world works, but I recognize that that's not possible for everyone, because it assumes that support will be given to those whom offer something valuable. If you do find something valuable here, I think that's amazing, and I'm so grateful that what I get just through generosity is enough to cover my expenses. So all my needs are met without ever asking for it, without ever agreeing to some expectations. And that is a grace that you provide, which is something I hardly comprehend at all. Thank you for being here, dear Yale. Mrs. R, you asked if there was a mirror that showed your true self. Would you look at it? Well, of course. Because that is the goal of spiritual life, is to create such a mirror through our actions, that we refine our mind in such a way that it becomes that mirror. But for as long as that mirror has disturbances, has dirt on it, then we can only catch a glimpse of ourselves in such a way that we appear to be distorted or dirtied by the distortions or impediments in our mind. So there is such a mirror, just as a goal of what we are refining day by day, through creating a more still and clear mind in our sadhana, our spiritual practice. Thank you, Apple user, for saying hello. Dear Mama JJ, dear Mama JJ, you ask, if our worldview is based on past experiences, do we even have the free will to choose happiness? A beautiful question. Our worldview is always decided by us because it's not what we experience, but what we choose to see in that experience. As in the case of the story that you've heard of twin brothers whom were brought up in, let's say, an abusive home. Maybe a parent was an alcoholic. These twin brothers grew up to live very different lives. One became an alcoholic too, whereas the other became very compassionate. And a journalist who was creating a story about this asked the same question to two brothers. The first brother was asked, "Why do you think your life ended up this way?" And this was the brother that became an alcoholic too. He said, well, with a parent that was an alcoholic, being exposed to that every day, I just can't see how my life could have turned out any differently. Okay. When the other brother was asked, the compassionate one, why do you think your life turned out this way? The other brother said, well, with a parent who was an alcoholic, being exposed to that every day, I just can't see any other way it could have been. The exact same answer to the exact same question to people who were identical on almost all other ways. Being brought up with the same genetics, the same family, the same household, the same experiences of trauma. And yet, one of them used that as a reason to follow in the footsteps of that darkness, whereas the other saw within that darkness the possibility for something different. Therefore, I see it as not only a possibility, but an inevitability that for our happiness, based on our worldview, we choose to find the things in our experience, no matter how dark, that show us what could be in the direction of compassion, love, transcending our limitations. And that is the power of Saṅgha, the power of association. Depending on what parts of our experience we associate with, that shapes our destiny. We could be surrounded by terrible things happening to us or those around us. But as long as we just bring our attention to what could be, to the light, no matter how dim in comparison, even if it's just a single trace of a feeling, of a thought in the direction of hope, if you bring your attention to that and say, that is what's possible for me, slowly but surely, we pull ourselves out of that pit. Through effort, energy, and a lot of determination, and we can create a sense of happiness out of anything. Thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your pair of finger hearts too. Hari Om Tat Sat. You know that story, dear Mrs. R. Isa, you wonder, what religion am I? That I am to thee, I would be happy to express. If to you, you see within me a Christian, then I hope to help make you a better one too. If you see within me a Muslim, I hope to make you a better one too. If you see within me a Jew, a Jain, a Buddhist, a Taoist, a Hindu, etc. You see within me a Jew, a Jain, a Buddhist, a Taoist, a Hindu, etc. Ever play racing video games? And not the hyper realistic ones, but the kind of arcadey ones where you drive over a boost pad. It'd be nice if they had those in real life. You could save money on gas. On the highway, you just drive over a little boost and it goes vroom, makes your car accelerate. That would be great. What I like about the analogy of boost pads in video games is that for many of them, it doesn't matter what direction you drive on that boost pad. Whatever direction you drive across it, it'll just accelerate you in that way. So it's up to you to decide what angle you want to approach that boost pad in order to launch in the direction that helps you become a winner. So too, I wish to be a boost pad for you, upon which you may launch into any direction that you feel is right for you. My goal in life is not to direct anyone onto a path they're not already, but simply to accelerate them in their journey, because I trust that we're all headed towards the same place. And Angel, thank you for your team bracelet too. Om Som Somaya Namaha. And I love that sentiment. I wish to echo it, dear Attica. Everyone asks such good questions. It's crazy/awesome how similar our internal journeys all are. There is an art of asking a good question, and I am lucky to be surrounded by artists. Laura, you shared that your brother came to visit with his wife today, and you just feel so drained of energy. Sounds like your social battery needs some recharging, hey? That's understandable. When our physical body is being exerted, there needs to be a time of rest. When our mind is being exerted, there needs to be a time of mental rest. That's why it's so important to allow yourself to be bored sometimes. When our sociable part of ourself, I wonder if there's a more direct name for that, is being exerted, then we also require some social rest. Dear Lumi, you share that it's hard to feel safe when you're still being attacked. Absolutely. Something very visual came to mind for you, dear Lumi, as I read that. There is a story there are these attackers who are chasing someone. Let's call her the brave one. The brave one had spent so long running, fighting, hiding from her attackers. She felt as though that she would never find any peace. But the brave one, she discovered a kind of place she'd never thought to hide before. She discovered a kind of place she'd never thought to hide before. To allow my connection returning to be something you have patience for. Thank you. And please let me know when that has returned. My phone is also vibrating. So let me wrap up that story. The brave one had long known about this particular hiding place, but didn't believe that it was worthy of protecting her. This hiding place was a tower that stretched high into the sky. In fact, it went so high it went through the clouds, and one did not know how high it went. The reason the brave one did not decide to hide in this tower is because she felt that she would be trapped if she were to hide in it. Because if she was hiding at the first floor and the attackers came and she went to the second floor, well, then there'd be no escape. Because as long as she climbed higher, they would climb higher too, and there'd be no way of going down again. So that if she were to get to the top, there'd be nowhere else to go. I like your interpretation of where this is going. But I had a different ending in mind. See, this tower was no ordinary tower. It appeared to be very high, and that is true. But it was so high, in fact, that it had no top.
Therefore, a tower that has no top is the best place to hide, because no matter how high the attackers climb, you can always go higher. This is kind of the opposite of a bottomless pit. That a pit being deep is a danger, because the longer it is, the more dangerous it will be when you hit the bottom. But if that depth increases to infinity, then it becomes the safest pit to fall into, because you'll never hit the bottom. So too, a topless tower is the best one to climb when running from danger, because as long as one keeps getting higher, one's attackers will never catch up. So what does this mean for you? What is this tower? This is the tower of awareness. The higher your awareness goes, the freer you are from everything below that. The lowest being our physical reality, and our highest being our spiritual reality. Situated in a higher layer, nothing that happens to the physical can affect us. No matter how much they may rampage the room below you, if you are the floors above, it does not affect you. Though too, if we take our awareness, our sense of self to be higher and higher, it does not matter what happens to anything which occurred at a lower level of conscious awareness. Knowing yourself to be beyond that, you are eternally safe, just in a different kind of way. And that is the story of the brave one. Tattvamasi. Thank you for your quintet of roses too. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaj. And you're right. There is no highest. You're very intuitive, dear Belly. Dear Mrs. R, you had asked, do I think our particles hold memories of previous forms of consciousness? There's a lot to unpack there, because consciousness is formless, ultimately. And we are not our body. Therefore, as we go from one body to another, we leave our particles behind, the constituent parts of the body. And as consciousness, we are ever the same. Without doubt, the experiences of consciousness that happened through our prior bodies, whatever energy they continue to occupy next, certainly carry the information of everything it's experienced. And information at the level of the particle is just the way it's spinning or vibrating or the direction it's moving. So you could say the vibration in general of these particles. If you had a powerful enough instrument to be able to extrapolate the motions of all these things, we could discover the history of all that has been. And our consciousness, being the Akash,
The space holds within it the record of all that has been as the living moment itself, for it is this present that is the culmination of all past and the seed for all future. Just by observing this moment, we can discover all that has been and all that will be. Well said, dear Alexander. We are awareness with a body, rather than a body with awareness. Yes, I like your connection, dear Billy. And rightly said too, dear Tattvamasi. When we say consciousness is formless, the mind wants to imagine formlessness, which isn't possible. Mind will not give you these answers. It can show you the path, though. In the same way that seeing smoke over a mountain tells us of the fire beyond, so too, seeing the smoke of the mind tells us of the fire of consciousness within. And isn't that wonderful, dear Miss R, that observation is no mere passive act. Being an observer is quite the engagement. Dear Mira, you had asked, isn't that what chakra means in relation to our story? Going higher and higher certainly has analogies with our chakra system, getting our energies higher and higher. If you're curious of the literal meaning of chakra, we need to look no further than the English word that can't come from this ancient word chakra. Chakra became in ancient Greek chiklos, which is where we get in English cycle. Cycle ultimately comes from this word chakra. Also, the English word circle comes from chakra too. Cycle and circle have similar etymologies which come back to this word chakra. And somehow, although this is beyond the scope of my understanding, the word wheel and chakra come from an even earlier word in Proto-Indo-European, something like husheklos, something like husheklo. We get the word wheel and cycle, circle, chakra, chiklos from them, all from that one place. But it's funny, you wouldn't expect the word wheel to come from the same place that circle or cycle do. Ultimately, it refers to a cyclical motion, indeed, like a roundabout, just not of cars or pedestrians and other automobiles, but of the spiritual current we call prana. Oh, how delightful, dear Michael. May you have blessed dreams. Hello, dear Don Suela. Happy that you're still here. Dear Angela, you had asked, what is our purpose here on earth? Is it servitude? Well, this word servitude has a lot of baggage to it, doesn't it? Because it might come with the connotation of indentured servitude. It comes with the connotation of serving a master, and we are some lesser form of life, and it's just the unfortunate reality that we are destined to be slaves forever. But that's not the way in which service is to be meant in the spiritual connotation. It's not in the sense of anyone being higher than you or you having no other choice. You absolutely have the freedom to be a servant of the universe or a servant of your body and mind to its senses. And it just so happens that when we are servants to our bodies and minds, we're never truly fulfilled, because no matter what we put in our bodies and in our minds, always we feel incomplete in some sense. We feel like we could be more fit, more healthy, less in pain. We feel like we could have a more attractive figure or physique. We feel like our minds could be more peaceful, etc., etc., etc. We're always dissatisfied with what we have done to serve our body and mind. Incidentally, when we flip this from serving our bodies and minds to serving the universe, kind of inversion, that instead of this world being here to serve our senses, that we use our senses to serve the world, something similar happens, that we feel like we could always be doing something more. But in this case, it becomes the greatest blessing. It becomes very blissful. As long as it's directed individually, that incompleteness is a burden. But when it's directed inclusively to everyone, then that becomes the most inspiring lesson. That there's always something more we can do to give to this world. Therefore, we are eternally capable of engaging with what's possible. It's in that way that we are ultimately destined to be servants of this universe. Not because this universe demands it of us, but because it's an offering back to us. And I can't imagine another way. How is it possible to live a meaningful life without the ability to contribute to something greater than one's individual self, to be a part of a greater whole in that way? I think there's purpose in that. Thank you, dear Fire Sage, for the harmony you had shared too. Hari Om Tat Sat. I'm happy there is a shared love and passion for etymology. It's very fascinating. Dear Attica, you shared that you have a strong intuition or pull towards the spiritual, but your physical brain argues possibility. How do you get them to work together? I suppose by affirming your brain that spirituality isn't about believing in anything that you haven't experienced. In fact, it's quite the contrary. It's in coming in contact with the experiencer itself. What is the experiencer? The spirit. The one which is doing the experiencing. Anything that's outside of your experience, actually, that is for your worldly brain to come up with hypotheses for. That is the realm of science, to take what limited data we have and extrapolate it in the past, in the future, into our economy, into our technology. That we use rationality, inductive reasoning, to infer about what's beyond our limited experience. Whereas spirituality is to discover the truth within what we can know directly. So all that is spoken of spiritually, it is not to be believed in, to have your faith put in, especially not blindly. It's not an authority over your own, nor is it something that's true without you. It is the truth of your own experience. And I love that, dear Miss R. It is pretty incredible to even be a conscious observer. The odds of even existing are slim, but here we are. Yes, dear angel, that's important. If your childhood wasn't spent learning how to regulate yourself, sometimes you have to first learn to take care of yourself so you can be there for others. I completely agree. And I want to unify what you shared with what we were talking about before. When I say that our duty is to serve this universe, I inherently include your body and mind because those are parts of this universe which we are servants of. It's not like when we take care of our body and our mind, we're not taking care of the universe. We are taking care of the universe by taking care of our body and mind, since they are parts of the universe too. So, I just wanted to be careful of this term, serving ourselves, because we use that informally to refer to our body and our mind. But if we pair the idea that we are not our body or mind and the idea that we are servants of this universe, then even when we are taking care of our body and our mind, we are serving this universe. And actually, there never comes a point where we need to be served, because that true self that is doing the serving is already whole and complete. It's just our bodies and minds that require service too, along with everything else in this existence. Dear Angela, thank you for the rose you sent to. Jaya Satchitanandam. That means victory, the bliss of conscious existence. I love that, dear Miss R. You had shared that becoming a mom taught you how to regulate, had to do it for them. What a beautiful truth of life. As we take care of others, so too we learn about ourselves. Dear angel, thank you for your tiny, yippee, And as you put it too, dear Lumi, to take care of all is to take care of self. That self within this body, this mind, is the very same self within every body, every mind. Dear Billy, you share the thought experiment. Imagine a body full of molecules. Taking care of each molecule benefits the body. I like that. And so when we scale up analogously, our whole body, our whole mind becomes like a molecule for the body of Mother Earth. And she too is like a molecule for the whole universe. It's a very humbling idea, which is very, very highly situated in truth, dear Miss R, that ultimately, not even our children are ours. We are their caretakers, but they are children's. They are all children of the divine, of the higher self, of life, of the universe. I would like to begin to wrap up our live stream in a little bit, just to be mindful of the time, as I would like to have an earlier sleep schedule. So allow me to reveal the question of the day, which I will ask as the first of 3 things that I'd like to do before closing our Saṅgha tonight. Today I wonder, what is required to realize our unity? And while you think of that, I'll answer John James' question, which was asked before I revealed the question. And what was the most exciting idea I've learned this year? I think put in many ways, much more than just one, that what appears to be negative in our life is a chance to bring out some positivity. That the challenges that we face are not meant to limit us, but to inspire us to show this universe what is possible in spite of all the adversity we face. And I think the moment I realized that was also the moment that so much of my suffering dissolved in the fire of inspiration. That whatever I go through, even if it's sadness, anxiety, anger, regret, fear, I can use that as a tool for my own and everyone's liberation. I just have to see it that way. Oh, sorry, dear Billy. There was another part of your message that I didn't see. Yes. I think I read that, but I read that right after I basically said that myself, so I thought that we spoke as one. Now back to the question of the day. Dear G to Infinity, this isn't an answer to the question of the day, but you asked, have I eaten today yet? Not yet. No. Usually after my live streams, before I go to bed. But considering the needs of others is certainly a step required to realize our unity. So thank you for that. Community, shares Angel, is required. I like that. And Alexander, you break that down. Community is required. Beautiful. No wonder you can't spell community without unity. Miss R, you share to know we're all sons and daughters, and everyone between and beyond of the universe. Umi, you share to realize unity is to realize that you are everything. That's beautiful. And the guy from TikTok, you share that unity is realized when we appreciate our differences as well as our sameness. How important is that? Alexander, you share that realizing unity is realizing what is within the self already, that we are the same kin, same skies. Dear Giannis, you had asked how to deal with random nonsensical thoughts popping without reason in an overactive mind. Just bring to mind something that is reasonable. I'll give you an example. I was struggling to fall asleep last night because my mind was overactive too. And so I just brought to mind one thought and continued bringing my awareness to that, and eventually all others subsided. For that moment, for me, it was chanting. For me, it was Om Namah Shivaya. No matter what other thoughts were happening, I would just chant with my mala, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. And eventually I fell asleep, which must mean that my mind settled. Tattvamasi. Your answer to our question of the day is to see through the self-created drama, the gist of emotions. Yes. Dansuela, you share to realize our unity requires our ability to see our commonalities over our differences. I like that. Dear Tea Time with Batman. You ask, how does one purify themselves in the holy fire? What does fire do? It takes form and it breaks down all its hard edges and boundaries into a state which is more formless. So too, we purify ourselves in the cosmic fire by breaking down our own hard edges and boundaries so that we become soft and boundless. Miss R, you add to our question of the day that we're all living on the same tiny space rock with a very thin atmosphere, and therefore all the more reason to live inclusively, to protect the sacred resource of Mother Earth. Very funny, the lazy philosopher. What is required to realize our unity? Only you. Angela, you share by practicing kindness and understanding. Quite necessary. Oh, I like Mason's answer. Nothing is required. I love that. It is already accessible. Dear Billy, you ask, or answer rather, that what is good for one is good for us all, and what harms one harms all. I like this, thinking about the goodness that can be extended from one to many, and the suffering that can come from the many to the one. Rabbi, you had asked, what if hell is real? If hell is real, then we must already be living in it, because it is this suffering all around us which is exactly our responsibility to attend to.
and the peace that's possible for us to create in this moment also is the very same heaven that is also real. ADW, you share that we're all linked spiritually, and once that's realized, we can live limitless. Exploration, shares Cody Jane. Counting breaths can help too, adds Miss R. And Noisy Nerd, you share that equality doesn't equal sameness. We might not be the same on the surface, but we are equal at deeper levels. But for real, it's gonna take an alien invasion, shares Miss R. Perhaps. Dear Flower, you had asked the question, why am I having bad anxiety so often? Nothing crazy happens in your life. This is one of the reasons that people point to impressions that may exist before this life, that sometimes there is no reason that can be explained within the experiences that you know of. So we have to explore experiences that perhaps we have forgotten or repressed. But I think, funny enough, that idea, a realization that actually we have really nothing to be anxious of, is the step in the direction to be free from anxiety. Because then we can point to all the things that are normal in our life, or even if they're not normal by any standard, there are things that we can be grateful for. And the more parts of our moment we can point to gratitude with, then the easier it is to befriend our anxiety. Dear Angel, you share that if applicable, sometimes channeling the overactive mind into art is a way to use the energy. Yes, absolutely. Dear Honey Badger Heels, you wonder, is a second moon showing up? I am not aware of a second moon, other than the one on the inside, since the sun and moon also represent two forces within our bodies called Ida and Pingala. We have a whole solar system on the inside too, metaphysically. And I like that answer to Tatvamasi, that nothing is the requirement to realize our unity. We have to discover that nothingness itself. And Grazelina, if I pronounce your name in a better way, please let me know. You share we have to want it, this unity, to realize it. Big ol' bottom, you wonder what I think about Mexicans. I am very interested in their culture, especially in their indigenous culture, as there have been ancient civilizations on that land, and those ancient civilizations became the primary genetic material for the modern day Mexicans too, as far as I know. And I could always learn more about their culture and the influences they have on the world at large. I'm very inspired by the Day of the Dead. I think it's important to not stigmatize death, and in fact, in some ways, celebrate some aspects so that we're not so scared of it too. And I like your connection between just the word hell
and our analogy of real suffering, shares Miss R. Attica, you ask if I have any advice on how to show the benefits of therapy and mindfulness to a young team. That's difficult, isn't it? But it's good that I think you're approaching it from that direction, because you're absolutely right that they won't be able to accept it if they don't see the value in it. As such, we can't expect anyone to participate in anything that they don't feel comfortable in. I think one of the biggest obstacles in accepting therapy is the feeling like there's something wrong with us. The stigmatization that if we go to therapy, then that means that we're not normal. That means that someone's going to be picking apart our mind. That means that someone is going to be judging us, when that's obviously, to anyone who's gone through genuine healing through therapeutic means, not true. That ideally it's a safe space, which is also up to you to decide if you want to be in or not. And if it doesn't work for you, you're always welcome to leave. And there are many different forms of therapy, and it's up to you to decide if any of them are helpful for you. But most importantly, that many successful and mentally healthy people have therapists, because even if you're physically healthy, it's good to see a doctor still, because there's always ways in which we could be more healthy. There's always ways in which we could have a better understanding of our mind, and who doesn't want that? Yes, it will be painful and it requires vulnerability, and it's okay to go through that. It's okay to be in a position to say, I need some help, because no one's expecting you to just figure it all out on your own, and no one's expecting you to be happy 100% of the time, all the time. I think some of those aspects are important. Now, I think we're getting into topics beyond the question of the day, but I'm really grateful that we had a chance to explore it. I'm just going to minimize it, but I'll just read some answers as well. Lumi, you had written that imperfection in a perfect plan is divine. And you share that to experience perfection because we are imperfect. I love that. Hello, dear Mimi. And Billy, you share lyrics from Somewhere Out There. It helps to think we're sleeping underneath the same big sky. I love that. You're very welcome, dear Attica. What is this word? Bedouin? I've never heard of this use. You'll have to provide a definition. I appreciate that we took a moment to explore that which we did. Thank you for allowing me to host a space in which we get to explore our unity amongst our diversity. I love the way that you describe unity, dear Busy Bee, that unity is inclusive. There are no social roles or power dynamics. Everyone has equal autonomy. And that's how you feel about it. I love that. Thank you. Thank you, Adob Darker, for the heart me you shared too.
Hari Om Tat Sat.
Ada, thank you for your rose as well.
Om Namah Shakti Shivaya.
And Witness of Beauty, thank you for your heart me and hand hearts. I've got some hand hearts for you. There.
Radhe, Radhe.
Starlight, wow. Thank you for your flowers and tiny. Yahoo! I would like to, in our penultimate segment of this live stream, read from another section of Hollywood to the Himalayas. I'm sure that many of you can guess the plot of this book, given that Hollywood is associated with a lot of materialism and the Himalayas is associated with a lot of spirituality. So, if you haven't read with us the previous parts, that's okay. I'll catch you up to speed, but if you wanted to read this book, please check out the recordings that I upload on my YouTube channel so you can get a free audiobook experience of it. We're starting chapter 9. Our author, Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, she has gone to India with her husband Jim, and her husband was going to find a guru, but it seems like she was the one that found one, even though she wasn't expecting to. And when she found one, she was so excited after having this spontaneous mystical experience. She told her husband, Jim, I found a guru for us. And he said, no, I'm going. You can stay here if you want. And even though she had gone through a lot of abandonment when she was younger, it didn't trigger her abandonment issues, and for the first time in her life, she felt empowered to stay by herself. And that's where we left off. Let's explore. This chapter 9 is called Just Don't Give Them Any Money. Oh my God, it is so beautiful here. It's amazing. I see God everywhere. It's so beautiful. And Swamiji, he is so beautiful. It's all just so beautiful. I cooed through the phone lines to my mom and dad. Frank, who began as my stepfather when I was 7, quickly became all things dad, and finally legally adopted me when I was 19. Although the internet existed and we had email in California, neither Rishikesh, the holy city in India which I'm staying, nor most of India had it yet. I had promised my parents I'd call once a week on Sunday evening, which would be Sunday morning for them. My mom's stress threshold regarding my health and safety is seriously low. Even today, as I cross 50, she always wants travel itineraries and text messages as I take off and safely land. I think I started this chapter with a kind of sarcastic reading of her exposition of the beauty, but I'm sure she actually means it. So, once a week, I would call and assure them I was alright. The same arrangement we'd had when Jim and I spent a year in Ecuador. Mom could make it a week anchored in her own resources of comfort, but on the 7th day she needed to reconnect to be sure I was okay. I had called from Delhi the first Sunday after we arrived. We'd seen the Red Fort, Delhi's most iconic monument. It was huge, but to me not that interesting. I was much more intrigued by the crowd that gathered amphitheater style, squatting and unabashedly watching me take photos, a not uncommon experience for foreign tourists in India. And I'd found a cup of real coffee overlooking Connaught Circle. The second Sunday I called from Rishikesh during my mystical intoxication with Ganga, the holy river. I see God everywhere, I babbled on, but my inebriation over the divinity of a river seemed innocuous enough to them. Mom knew I loved nature and always connected profoundly with mountains and trees, so for me to blather on about the divinity of a river didn't set off any alarm bells, especially since I was staying in a hotel with my husband. But now I had moved into the ashram and had uninterrupted days of ecstasy. It was Sunday, and time to call again. Oh my God, was all I could say to describe the last week. I met the president, the guru there, Swamiji, and he is amazing. He is so divine. Everything is just so beautiful. I see God everywhere, and Ganga. Oh my God. Jim? Oh yeah, he's great. He's gone to the mountains. Yes, I'm here alone, but not so alone. I'm with God. It was too much for them. I was not just cooing harmlessly about a river while staying with my husband in a hotel. I had now moved into an ashram while staying with and my husband had gone off alone to the mountains, and I couldn't put together a coherent sentence. Something had to be done. Looking back years later, I realized that when we have a spiritual experience, we forget that the rest of the world has not had the same experience with us. When day becomes night, it is dusk for everyone, so to refer to the oncoming darkness is understandable. When night becomes day, it happens for all too. But when darkness becomes light inside of us, the experience doesn't automatically include others who are in our life. The veil over my eyes had been lifted, but the vision I had was within my consciousness, my energetic connection to the universe, not in everyone's. Mom and Frank were clearly not experiencing what I was. It's so beautiful, I kept exclaiming on auto-repeat. My parents said nothing to alarm me, nor did they hint that I had alarmed them. Only later did I learn that they had considered flying to India to rescue me. I called my friend in Pune, my mom later explained, and I told him that my daughter had been kidnapped and brainwashed by a cult and we needed to free her from them. I will bring the cult deprogrammers, I told him, but you need to get the Indian police because I didn't know whether they'll become violent when we try to rescue her. Her Indian friend was, of course, quite concerned, both for me and for the reputation of his country, and assured my mom he would do everything to help. However, he said, you have to give me the name of the ashram and the Swami so I can inform the police. They will need specifics. I don't know the Swami's name, my mom said, only that he is the head of Parmarth Niketan Ashram, which is where she is now staying in Rishikesh. Okay, her friend said, give me a few hours to get back to you. Later that day, her friend called her back. My mom's voice began to crack as she told me this part of the story. It happened during Frank's 65th birthday celebration in 2011, 15 years after that babbling phone call from Rishikesh. And Swamiji was present in our backyard in Los Angeles with all my parents and their closest friends as they gathered together. He said, if that Swami gives your daughter permission to stay at the ashram, it'll be a blessing not only to her, but to your entire family for generations to come. In typical disregard for rules she doesn't agree with, my mom leaned over and gave Swamiji a big hug. Thank you for blessing her and all of us, she said. But in the fall of 1996, she was not yet appreciative. Her friend's reassuring phone call was enough to postpone her scheme to bring deprogrammers from LA to India, and to know that I was at least physically safe. "Whatever you do, don't give them any money," she pronounced, finally on the phone, capitulating in a battle I didn't even know had taken place. So, that is her mother's initial and later reaction, and the ending of chapter 9. Just a short chapter. Thank you for listening as we read. I hope you'll join us next time to see how this evolution of a journey occurs for dear Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati. Starlight, wow, did you send me another tiny? Yippee! Ansuela, you shared that you can imagine how alarmed her mother must have been. Oh, yeah. Naturally. Dear Attica, your question to everyone: is there a video game that helps show spiritual journeys or the benefits? I wish to tell you something very specific, dear Attica. And it's that every video game helps show the spiritual journey and its benefits. In fact, every aspect of life informs us of our spirituality. We just have to bring it in relation to our spirit for it to be considered spiritual. I have learned many spiritual lessons from Minecraft, from Call of Duty, from Terraria, from Tetris, from Pokemon. Spiritual lessons are not found in any particular type of content, not found in any particular kind of book or teacher or a classroom or experience. It's what you choose to find in your experience that makes it spiritual. In this way, it is up to you to define that part of each experience which brings you in contact to your spiritual nature, regardless of what video game you're playing, what country you find yourself in, whom you're talking to, or even what you're talking about. This is the nature of spirituality, is that rather than a subject that exists along with other subjects like English, science, mathematics, physical education, etc., it is the hidden essence of all of those things combined. If you look for that which is deeper, undoubtedly wherever you go, you will have a spiritual experience. And how you? Thank you for your heart, me too. Ariom Tadsat. And OPNG, thank you for your heart, me. Ram Ram. I would like to end our live stream with a meditation, if you'd like to join with me. Many of you might know of Ram Dass, who is a great spiritual speaker, whom was once known as Dr. Richard Alpert, PhD in Harvard psychology. But one day, something occurred to him that he really had no idea who he was, even though he was at
the cutting edge of psychology, which appears to be the science concerning ourself. But this psyche was something he discovered to only be part of his experience. So who was the experiencer? That one witness to whom even his identity occurred. Thus, as he could no longer consider himself Dr. Richard Alpert, no longer consider himself a mind, he had embarked on a spiritual journey and met a teacher known as Neem Karoli Baba. He was also known as the Blanket Baba because that Baba would always carry a blanket. Even in scorching Indian summer. It was this guru whom he had offered a psychoactive substance to, the same thing that he took that ultimately made him realize there was more to his experience. But it didn't have an effect on his guru. And there's a great story, which you're welcome to discover in your own time. But that led him to realize that it was possible to be in such state of knowingness permanently, such that even temporary experiences, such as this psychoactive substance and its induced knowingness, therefore, he had lots to learn about the true nature of himself from a realized teacher. It is this realized teacher that inspired our meditation today. Neem Karoli Baba, he left his body long ago, and it is rare that people took a photograph, a video, or any audio of him, but there are many photographs that still exist that have come into the digital ecosphere in recent times, along with a very, very rare audio of him, one in which he is chanting a mantra. The mantra that he is chanting is the name of his Ishtadeva, the form of the divine that spoke to him, that is Ram. It is said that Neem Karoli Baba was himself a divine incarnation known as Hanuman. And whenever Hanuman incarnates, he is always a gateway to devotion as he expresses his own towards Ram. With the sounds of Neem Karoli Baba chanting name of the divine for him, there's a slideshow, and this will be our meditation for tonight.
Ram 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 Ram
Thank you for listening / watching. Pretty incredible that that audio and those images exist. And for those who are watching, I wonder if you could point out Ram Dass as he appeared in many of those, along with some other pretty notable spiritual figures. Also very harrowing, a little bit unnerving to listen to such an old audio from someone who clearly had so much devotion, and now times have changed. They've left their body. Technology for recording is much different, but clearly the devotion remains. And I think it was really cute how he lost his breath. He was saying Ram, 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 and then he had a Ram, Ram, Ram. That is definitely the spirit of devotion and mantra japa. I hope that gave you some good vibes, since he's certainly a divine being. That is how I wanted to end our live stream, in honor of the great beings that we stand on their shoulders, the great beings who we stand on. How am I going to put this grammatically? How we stand on the shoulders of great beings, much like Ram Dass and his guru. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for the hanging lights that you had sent. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Eric, thank you for your heart me. Ram Ram. I love the way you put that, dear Alyssa. Ram Dass is the beautiful worm on the edge of Maharaji's hook. You are forever grateful to him. Well said. Alician, Alicia N, Alician. Oh, one with a sunflower. I think that's a sunflower in your profile picture. You ask, who is my guru? Well, you are, of course. Not you specifically, but everyone has a teaching that I can learn from. Thank you for being here, dear Donsuela. Thank you, everyone. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. If you wanted to watch this live stream again or any other, I post the recordings on my Yamsox Live YouTube channel. Asatoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya murtyurmamritangamaya. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Lead us from unreality to reality, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. Peace, peace, peace. Much love. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment, and I hope to see you next time. And thank you for being here, allowing me to be there for you, with you, as you. And thank you to my lovely moderators for helping ensure a safe, peaceful, and respectful environment. Namaskar.